Okay.
Okay, so guys, good morning. We start this final module with a couple of communication. We have the module in presence this week. Then we have the module online on July. Then we have again the module in September that you can choose how do you want to do it. We will do lecture in presence because we will use software. So we suggest you, but it is just a suggestion, to come in class and do the activity in class. If you cannot come in class, it will be online. You can follow it online, but it will not be asynchronous modality, but will be live. So while we will do lecture in class, we will send it online as well. So it's up to you. If you want to come in class, come in class, because we have to use software. So if you have some problem, we can reach you with the laptop and we can try to solve with you the problem. Otherwise, you will follow online. Communication number 3, which is very important. The activity out of Italy for you is not mandatory. Okay? But in October, we will go in the Netherlands to do 1 week of training. We will go 1 day in the explosive center of the Netherlands Army, 1 day in the CBRN center of Netherlands Army. We will do 2 days of training with the Netherlands Red Cross, and on Friday we will visit the headquarters of the OPCW. So even if it is not mandatory, you can reach this week, only this week, okay? If somebody wants to do this week, you have to tell us by the end of July. We will send you also an email. Again, it is not mandatory, it is not on your program, but if you look at the program, we wrote that you will have the invitation to participate in 1 training abroad. This is the invitation. The week is from 13th of October to 17th of October. We have to fly in Amsterdam, and then we will move close the Alps. We have to take a train to go close the Alps. Okay? Okay. Any question on that? If you are asking yourself, is the week of training substituting in terms of our recovery 1 week of the master? Of course. If you skip 1 week of the master, but you do the training, in terms of total amount of hour presence, it's the same thing. Okay? If you do everything in presence and you add into the week of training in the Netherlands, good for you. If you do not do it, it's not mandatory, good for you as well.
One question for the September session. Is there a limited number of participants to do this in presence? Like we are less than 2.
No, I have to do it in presence in any case, and for sure you will be at least because it is the same also for the first level for
okay.
So you will be at least 15-20 plus. So I am sure that there will be people class. In September, we have to use our personal computer. We will send all the information to you, but the answer is yes. So you have to bring your laptop in September. We will send you 2 weeks before the module. What do you have to install? All the software that we will use are free license software. You have not to pay to install it. And it is better to work on Windows. So if you have Mac, we will explain you how you have to do. You have to create a parallel session with a software that is called Parallel. You create a virtual machine of Windows and then you will install it on the virtual machine. So even if you have Mac, we will explain you how you have to deal with it. Okay? Questions? About the Netherlands? All the trip is self-organized, or regarding the Netherlands, travel and accommodation are on you. The internal movement are on us. We will provide a bus and we pay all the training center for you. So you have to arrive in the Netherlands and you have to book something somewhere to sleep. In Amsterdam. No, we will move from Amsterdam to the Hague, Alaga. So we have to go close the Hague, okay? What is everybody doing since we go outside to do the training? Everybody, especially in the Netherlands, that is a little bit more expensive than other countries because we go in Czech Republic and we go in Serbia as well, but the costs are not so high. Netherlands is a little bit higher in terms of cost. The people that come to in these places, usually they rent a huge flat, an apartment, with a multiple bedroom, and with that you can spare a lot of money. But it's up to you. If you want to go to 5-star hotel, it's fine to us. We do not care. If you do not want to come, you do not come. It's not mandatory, it's an opportunity. But we need to know, as I told you, by no later than the last week of July, because we have communicated all the name to the OPCW and to the Dutch Army. They need name and passport in advance. Okay?
Concerning the NATO school,
Concerning the NATO school, this is more complicated. They give us the opportunity to send somebody at the lowest price, but it is more something that you have to do with your association. We can just support with the label. Okay? So if you want to go to do something in the NATO school, any non-confidential course, you have to apply through your own entity, and we can send a support letter to the Italian officer that is working there. So if you want to do something, we can support you. But we are not organizing inside the NATO center a mandatory activity, because not only the students are from NATO countries, and we had a problem in the past. So the only NATO activity that you will do is the one that we do in Italy, from this year for the first level, from the 7th of July to the 11th of July, the first level master class that started last year. Okay, then we do a training in the military Italian center. So you will have a NATO training, but it's done in Italy because we have cooperation agreement that allow us also to bring people that are not from NATO country. Every time that we propose somebody that is not a NATO member in a NATO facility that is not in Italy, we have troubles. We already had in the past. 1 year we had to cut out of the NATO activity the general from Qatar. He was in the class with you. Yes. And he went also to do the second level. And because he was from Qatar, he was not being accepted to the NATO school in Germany. Since then, we never go in NATO center because we cannot receive a note for our students. For us, you are all the same. You are all Italian students. So NATO center in Italy allow you to enter because for Italy you are Italian students. That's it. Every time we go abroad, Dutch Army host you, they do not care. OPCW host you, all of you are OPCW member. Just 1 year we had one student from Egypt, always in your edition. And he was not allowed to enter inside the OPCW because Egypt didn't sign the Chemical Weapon Convention. So the Egyptians are not allowed. Egyptian, South Sudan, and North Korea students are not allowed to enter inside the PCW. Yep. For us, everybody is welcome. Not everybody, but I have to say everybody because we are recording. So everybody is welcome.
loro fanno il bincia e non fanno il bincia e tutto.
No, il secondo primo livello ce l'ho.
So
Those of you that will come in the Netherlands and you will join the first 11 class of the 8th edition of last year.
Lunchtime, 1 p.m.
Consider between sleeping, eating, and the flight in Amsterdam, more or less you have to consider something around 700, 800 euro. Flying, accommodation, and food, more or less. More or less. Solo che io per Amsterdam se lo vai a comprare da 320 euro.
No, può capitare, ma dai,
Se vai a quelle... No, se fai
we managed with less than 500 euros in 2019.
but they go with the
But we rented the flat in 6 people. That was 600, no, 700 euro for a week. But okay, it was October, era? No, primavera era.
No, it was May.
It was May, so not high season. And so we found a really big flat with 6 beds in the center of the Hague and 100 for each one of the 10.
But actually it's not very expensive. Because if you rent the flat, what did they do? All the ladies rent one flat and the boy rent a couple of flats because they were more. And everybody goes there and sleep 1 week for 150, 200 euros, something like that. Not a lot of money. So flat is the best solution because you have also the kitchen in the place. So you save money from the restaurant.
Consider that the hotel standards in the Netherlands are not like Italy or other countries, are a bit lower. So a 3-star hotel could reserve you a bed surprise. Yeah. Sì, ma non penso cagare.
Solo un paio State che attaccano la dispensazione. Colomba, ci sei?
Sento, sì.
So let's start with the module. This week we have 1 week on bio. You will have a general introduction today, very long one from Dr. Nicola Simone. Dr. Nicola Simone is a CPN advisor. He's from our Italian Ministry of Agriculture, and he is also an infodemic manager of WHO. Back in 2020, during the pandemic situation, the WHO decided to create this new professional expertise, the infodemic manager, a person that knows enough about biological risk to talk about it, but also knows enough about communication to talk about it in a proper way. Because the mess during the COVID is that the experts weren't capable, many experts weren't capable to communicate to people, and those who were capable to communicate with people did not have a proper preparation in value. Okay? So infodemic manager is also something that you can do. It's all online.
Nicola, we need to update my curriculum.
Nicola will explain it to you better, but I leave you with the history of biological warfare from Paleolithic to nowadays. From Paleolithic to nowadays, we will see in 10 days, okay? See you.
Okay. Ciao, So, good morning, everyone. Before starting, I would like to know a little bit of introduction. I want to introduce yourself. I want to know who you are, what you do. Just quick, just 10, 15 seconds for each piece, just to understand whether your various needs or expertise. Thank you. So we'll start with that.
My name is Michelangelo Veda, and I've studied molecular biology here in this university, and now I'm studying.
I'm Alessandro Rizzo. I'm a researcher in physics in Enea.
Ah, okay.
Ignazio Vilardi, Enea, Weather Protection Institute.
I'm Gelosky. I'm a PhD. And I work very hard at the company. I'm Naga Zongati. I'm a lawyer and a volunteer of the Red Cross, Italian Red Cross. Yeah, okay. I don't know.
No, sono il delegato per le tutto soccorso.
Dove io no, perché è un'Italia
It's a fact, maybe.
instructor of international maritime law and their advisor.
A lawyer to figure.
My name is Miguel. I am verified and management architect.
Okay.
Quindi from Italian department and
Thanks.
The seven is from Emirates. The 7 minutes, we are in the department.
My name is Mohammed Ibn Ali. Technical.
My name is Said. I'm not obviously with us.
In Italian, I work in Italian, so the bank. Unlock the law. Already served.
Just be sensitive, yeah, that's just.
And Franci e rimasti in chemistry and then l'aspetto of the science.
Non c'è, stiamo preparando gli films and consultancy on
I am from Giuseppe, I'm a civil engineer, and I work in the national department of civil.
My name is Daria Aletsky, and I am an international affairs international security analyst working for the private sector in Italy, with the national company, Fincantieri, the shipbuilding sector.
So, the expertise is quite varied. I will spare the video teaser that is not one, but okay. No, okay. Let's go. Okay, this lesson is quite long because it involves biological warfare history, and I hope not to be so boring. But okay, it's very interesting. I try to put it away because we have different expertise, different degrees. Some are more on the bio side, some more on the chem side, some on the emergency side, some are engineers. So, no, back. Okay. So I try to explain the biological warfare history in a way that will help you to think how things have been developed during time and why, and most of all that all is related to human nature. Exactly like chemical warfare, but chemical warfare is mostly related to the technological development, while biological warfare has started many thousand years before knowing what exactly a bioagent was. How? Watching nature. Because we are, we mammalians, and we, especially we primates, have one of our characteristics is to observe the environment and to imitate and learn from environment. So, these are some naturalistic questions. You can see a western diamondback rattlesnake here, and how you can consider it is behavior, is common behavior, like biting and poisoning their prey. It's a chemical warfare action, it's a biological warfare action, it's what? Tell me. Well, what do you think? Can be considered a chemical warfare action, the attack of a diamond rattlesnake, or a biological warfare action? Depends. But what is the difference between what is a chemical warfare attack or biological warfare attack or not?
Intention.
Intention. He doesn't know his value. He just follows its nature. But we humans see the effect of the bite of the diamond rattlesnake and use its venom, not poison. Its venom to make venomous arrows. So this is cannot considered the chemical or biological warfare. No. So here things got a little bit more complicated. You know the fish, no? Nemo. Okay. Nemo is a common little fish in some hot seas, but he learned to live inside the poisonous anemone. So he adapted to live inside this poisonous animals. And it's a form of symbiosis because he cleans the animals from parasites, while the poisonous tentacle of the animal will protect him from predators. So, still cannot be considered a biological warfare defense, but there is sort of adaptation. So they are not aware of what they did, of what they do. But anyway, this is something borderline, okay? Okay, and this, you know, skunk, you can see the molecules responsible of the bad smell of skunk. And here things are still a little bit more different because the adaptation, the evolution of the skunk has made his glands to spray these substances to protect himself from predators. And it cannot be considered a real chemical or biological defense. But anyway, it's a conscious action. They do what when they feel unsafe. And okay, so the invention comes, as always, from observation. Our ancestors lived in between of the nature and then learned their weapons and tactics from enemies. The second step they took was to imitate the animal behavior, taking their active ingredients to produce more effective weapons. And but also in the plant world, we will see. So this is true for every war or hunting behavior, as well as the use of the weapons. You know that I don't know if there is here or in the, no, probably in the other. So, for example, the boar of deer hunting with the surrounding technique learned from a wolf pack action. So, our ancestors were unaware of the chemical content of the active ingredients, like poison, toxin, or repellent. But anyway, this is one of the ways in which chemical and biological warfare arose. Since a certain time, chemical and biological warfare had no differences because we didn't know, we as humans, we were unaware of the existence of bacteria and viruses and whatever. So we can divide the evolution of biological warfare in three different types. The first, okay, anyway, you will have the slides and a lot of other stuff as a publication and whatever. It's a big folder, so you can avoid to take notes or whatever. You will have everything. So from prehistory to the beginning of the 20th century, we have a few documented cases. But before the foundation of microbiology as a science, so as a direct result of Louis Pasteur and Robert Koch, essentially, culminating in the acceptance of the germ theory of disease, it is very difficult for historians and also for biologists to clarify if these biological warfare attacks constituted the real threats or were a part of political hoaxes. We will see there are a lot of different. No, okay, there is a specific case from Venice Republic during the siege of Heraklion, Crete, in the 16th, 17th century, but we will see. Then we have from 19 to 19 through 1945, we have an increase. So the emergence of small and unsophisticated national biological warfare program, even agro-terrorism or agro-warfare actions, especially by Germany, Japan, the Soviet Union, and the United States, and the use of biological weapons in both World Wars, the first and the second. Then we have, after 1945, the broader access to biological agents and the progress. So they allowed the biological warfare programs to become democratized and accessible even to small groups and or individuals. In this period, of course, the lethal potential of biological warfare agents increased dramatically due to developments in genetic engineering. So, it's universally accepted that the dawn of chemical and biological warfare began with the ability to poison animals. So the word toxin, in fact, comes from the ancient Greek toxikon, that means poison. But the word toxikon derives from the ancient Greek toxon, that means bone. So for the ancient Greeks, poison and the bow have the same root. Was considered unfair from the Greek use of arms. So we have, have you ever seen the film A Space Odyssey by Stanley Kubrick?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Do you remember the monolith? There is a monolith, okay, for those who haven't seen it, there is a monolith that appeared between monkeys. And it seems he gives the intelligence, the main intelligence, and the first thing they do is developing weapons. Well, okay, it's just a movie, of course, but in the real Paleolithic, we don't know a lot about Paleolithic societies, but we are certain they knew the effect of some poisonous plants and many venomous animals. And they use it for the heart of great animals. So stronger or bigger prey of bigger animals. That's basically the nature of chemical or biological warfare. It's something used to prevail on a stronger enemy. These are modern. Okay. These are contemporary arrows, arrow tips, arrowheads, from local tribes around the world, still carved to let the poison Okay, to be poisoned. So, one of the first ancient toxic plants we known in the northern hemisphere is this nice flower, Diacolitum napellus, and it was one of the first plants used to poison arrows. So, we already said that they came from human nature, so the need to survival and to overwhelm an opponent who is clearly superior to our strength. So, of course, growing the societies from Paleolithic to the Neolithic and Bronze era, the need for survival has been replaced from the struggle from the conquest of essential resources. So it started to defend or protect from bigger frays, and then it was transformed into something to dominate another population. Of course, chemical and biological warfare differs each other from their purpose, because this is due to the nature of the weapons, but also to their conceptual use. Chemical warfare offers an immediate solution, a tactical immediate solution, while biological warfare offers a delayed solution, mostly through the complete extermination of the enemy. And we have proof of this. Okay, currently many tribal societies all over the world still use poisoned arrows, but even in the recent past, they use it to have an important war advantage over other enemy tribes. And the typical example is the war between tribes of Papua New Guinea versus tribes from Micronesia up to the 19th century. We will see that one of those used the very high poisoned arrows, very effective, while the other tribes used a mixture of still partially unknown, made of blood, dead clams, feces, and I don't know what, that spread an illness in the wounded soldier of the other tribe, that spread an epidemic inside the tribe of the enemy tribe and killed all the tribe. So those who were using the poisoned arrows lost the war, because those who used the biological warfare arrows exterminated the tribe. So Vanuatu, etc. They both used this is the storage, to make a long story short. While the Papuans used normal lethal poisoned arrows, the Micronesians used a magic poison capable of destroying a whole village. It's still a matter of study, because I told you that the recipe is partially unknown. It was made mixing rotten flesh, pieces of various animals, blood, dust, cracked bottles, and other magical ingredients that were able to spread an unknown disease. And so this is basically the difference between the chemical and the biological warfare. Also, in the Bronze era, the Scythians, that was an ancient tribe living in what is now Ukraine, were used to prepare a special poison killing young vipers and allowing to decompose, as well as human blood in a jar. Then they put together rotten vipers and rotten blood. They used the sediment to poison their arrows. It was from Herodotus. He said it was very effective. The historian Herodotus. So at the end of prehistory, we have still no evidence or records to help understand why the transition from the hunter-gatherer tribes to the ancient civilization resulted in the abandonment of poison as a common weapons of organized violence. But it happened. So when the first ancient civilization started, there was an abandonment of the use of poison. We still don't know why, but it happened. So, in example, the Greeks of the classical world believed that only barbarians used poisons to fight wars, and it was largely seen as socially unfair in all the state cities of Greece during the classical age. But it was okay for death penalty. Not for war, but for death penalty it was okay. We will see. Probably it has something to do with the transformed social structures or some changes in the perceived warfare. So the hunter-gatherer tribes relies on ambushes, small fightings, and killing isolated members of other bands, while the ancient civilization started with the biggest battle, with biggest army. So even the warfare changed, but we still don't know exactly why they abandoned the use of poison as warfare. So largely disappeared.
Probably the quantity of material that they need to.
Probably we just can guess because we don't have any evidence yet. But anyway, they use it for death penalty. The typical was the death penalty of Socrates, the execution of Socrates, using hemlock, an hemlock infuse. The toxin is the codeine. But let's start about the first plagues in the Western world, because plagues affected civilization, affected the warfare, affected the health, the beginning of health structures. So we can't speak about biological warfare without speaking about plagues. Of course, I will talk about those of the Western world. Western world means up to the Arabian Peninsula and the Mediterranean and the Middle East, because it was all important. We will see. So the first documented great epidemics in the Western world is the famous plague of Athens that happened during the Peloponnesian War in the 430 before Christ. And we know that thanks to the historian Thucydides. The question is, was it plague as intended today? We don't know, because you can see pictures with famous paintings. We still don't know the etiological agent of the plague of Athens, but Thucydides described the pestilence began to arise in Athens. It is said, yes, that even earlier had broken out in many places, in Lemnos, in other countries, yet such a contagion, such a slaughter, had not occurred anywhere in living memory. These are the words of Thucydides. So, for it was not enough to cope with it, not even the physicians, who, not knowing the nature of the disease, treated it for the first time. Nine, they themselves died more than others, because more than others approached the sick person. And no other human act sufficed against the pest. Do you remember something so recent as a description? Well, so historians have long sought to identify. There are many different theories. Traditionally, has been considered as an outbreak of bubonic plague, Yersinia pestis. But reconsideration of reported symptoms and epidemiology have led scholars to advance alternate hypotheses. So these include the typhoid fever, smallpox, measles, and even toxic shock syndrome. Others, that is currently the most probable cause, It was not anthrax, it was hemorrhagic fever. Because given that the Athenian plague apparently came from the Africas, it is speculated that it could be Ebola or another hemorrhagic fever. This is the most probable theory currently, but yet to be proved. Others say that it could be also exanthus typhus due to Rickettsia proechi, but typhus outbreak, this theory is abandoned. Other scholars disagree, and the typhoid absence of dramatic gastrointestinal symptoms described. The most probable is some hemorrhagic fever, because the Thucydides description invites a comparison with a viral hemorrhagic fever in the character and sequence of symptoms developed, and moreover, traits between the Nile and the port of Piraeus were known. So, in a lot of ancient Greek bays of that period, monkeys were painted on it, especially vervet monkeys like Cercopithecus. That is, they are the type of primates responsible for the transmission of the Marburg virus in Germany and for Yugoslavia in 1967. So, currently, based on the symptoms described by Thucydides and based by our research, the majority of scholars thought that the Athens plague was an hemorrhagic fever. Yet has to be proven. So, what this plague taught us? Okay, look. Thucydides claims that people ceased to fear the law, as they felt they were already living under a death sentence. Similarly, people began to spend money indiscriminately. Many felt, we are talking about 4th century before Christ, okay? 2,500 years ago, okay? Many felt they would not live long enough to enjoy the fruits of a wise investment. It was also recorded that many gave up acting honorably because they did not expect to live long enough to enjoy a good reputation. Do you remember something more recent? Healthcare and death. Another reason for the lack of honorable behavior was the contagiousness of the disease. Those who tended to get sick were more vulnerable to the disease. This caused many people to die just because no one was willing to risk taking care of them. The dead were piled up or left to decompose or thrown into mass graves. Those lucky enough to survive the plague developed an immunity and then became the caretakers of those who fell ill. Religion. The plague also caused religious doubts. Since this instructed regardless of the piety of a person toward the gods, people felt abandoned by them, and there seemed to be no benefit from their worship. The temples themselves were in a state of neglect as refugees from the Athenian countryside, and which had been forced to find accommodation there, and so the sacred buildings were filled with the dead and died. This is all documented. So, unfortunately, the plague of Athens is not mentioned as often as it should be. This is the first example of an epidemic with a high mortality, really high mortality, documented in detail in an advanced Western society, like was the Athenian society. So, was well organized by youth, by laws, by religious cults. Studies this even in detail, as I highlighted just some of the characteristics, but I strongly invite you to go deeper inside to see this story, because it teaches a lot about an epidemic. About the effect that the devastating epidemic can have on the social structure, on social individual behavior, and on the crumbling of the pillars of society as we know it. And human nature as it happened with the COVID-19. It's not changed. We are at the same level of the Athenians of 2,000 years ago, but we have smartphones. We are no different, nothing has changed as a human nature. So, it was not a deliberate event. All scholars agree about that. Yet it is estimated it caused about 75,000 deaths in Athens and its province. So 75,000 deaths in 400 before Christ was an extermination of the province, because killed almost the majority of the people living there in that period. So we know this thanks to historians and researchers who investigated on that during the past years and century, and their job is filled with prizes. You will know why I'm saying this. The preventive part of the defense against biological emergency, as you may have guessed, must have a multidisciplinary approach that goes far beyond mere epidemiology, hygiene, and prophylaxis, microbiology, and whatever. So we need historians, we need anthropologists, we need sociologists, we need legal experts, we need much, much more, because an epidemic, more a pandemic, involve all sectors of society. And only this way we can hope to be able to win future challenges. And we can be sure that it will happen again, probably. So, between the 500 before Christ to the 1000, about biological warfare, some others said that biological warfare was practiced widely, but to prove we need evidences. So such claims should be viewed skeptically, because most of the alleged incidents almost certainly never occurred. There is no reliable evidence for biological warfare in the ancient world, apart from contaminated arrows, as I told you about Scythians and other tribes. Many people feared the intentional spread of disease, like the plague of Athens. Some Athenians initially, but falsely, thought that it was the Spartans that spread the epidemic inside Athens, to poisoning their waters, but it was not. What seems clear is that most early civilizations developed an antipathy toward the use of poison warfare. This was most explicit in ancient India, where the Brahmins were forbidden the use of poisoned weapons, except for political assassination. Political assassination with poisoned weapons is okay, but not warfare use. You know what? Even when we will see about the biological weapon convention, it is a convention. It is an agreement upon us that okay, no one will use bacterial or virus. You agree? Yeah, we agree. But you can withdraw from the agreement whenever you want. No one can force you to stay. Okay, there will be sanctions or whatever, but agreement means just that we agree upon a shared will to not to do or to not to do something. So the second evidence, it was the flag of Justinian that afflicted all the Mediterranean basin, Europe and the Near East, the Sasanian Empire, and also the Byzantine Empire, and especially Constantinople. That's why it's called the Justinian, the flag of Justinian. The contagion arrived in Roman Egypt in 541 and persisted in Northern Europe until 549. In 2013, researchers confirmed early speculation that cause of the plague of Justinian was Yersinia pestis, the same bacterium responsible for the Black Death. Ancient and modern Yersinia pestis strains closely related to the ancestors of the Justian plague strain have been found in Tian Shan, a system of mountains in the border of Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, and China, suggesting that Justinian plague originated near that region. So the number of deaths is uncertain. Some modern scholars believe that the plague killed up to 5,000 people per day in Constantinople. At the peak of the pandemic, you can see typical effect of Yersinia pestis. Yersinia pestis is still living in some countries in the world. According to AU, the initial plague ultimately killed perhaps 40% of the city's inhabitants and caused the death of up to a quarter of the human population of the eastern Mediterranean region. The plague spread all over Europe for 200 years. This is a painting shows San Sebastian praying in the Italian city of Pavia, affected by the plague in the 7th century. Then but we still can't talk about biological warfare, just an accident, okay? We have some evidence of medieval and early modern biological warfare in the period between the 1000 to 1750. So, the plague of Justinian was the first recorded major outbreak of the first Old World plague pandemic. So, the Yersinia pestis. The disease afflicted the entire Mediterranean basin. Okay, the plague at the height of the epidemic killed about a fifth of population in the imperial capital Constantinople. We are radiers in no, questa è un'opinione, non so per quale motivo, va bene. So, this is Emperor Federico Barbarossa. Federico Barbarossa is known Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, is the first known documented to use biological warfare. Of course, he was not aware about the content of biological warfare, but in fact, the action is a biological warfare action. So we have numerous allegations of biological warfare during the medieval and early modern eras, but we know that Barbarossa poisoned water wells with human bodies, human corpses, in Tortona in 1155 AD. We are sure of that because it is documented. Then we have Jean, Duke of Normandy, that casted the dead horses over the walls into the besieged Tortona, captured by the English in 1340 during the 100 Years' War. These are documented, and it is biological warfare, in fact. Okay. So, this is a dramatic incident, but it's controversial because it was considered the first real great biological warfare attack in the Middle Age, early modern era. But now scholars are not so sure it was a biological warfare attack. And it was in 1346 during the Mongol siege of Kaffa. Kaffa was a city ruled by the Genoa Republic, and it was located in the modern Crimea, now called Feodosia. Our knowledge of this incident is based on one source that was a Genoese chronicle written by Gabriele de Bussi. Gabriele de Bussi was a notable that recorded the witness that wrote after the events and clearly had access to people who had been present, and it is considered highly credible. But things are a little bit different. So he reported that the Mongols, that they was in control of the territory around Kaffa, besieged the town in 1345, but were forced to retreat when their army suffered a plague outbreak. So, before abandoning the siege, the Mongols catapulted what seemed like mountains of dead into the walls of Kaffa, which the Russian says caused an outbreak in the city. Although the Genoese clearly suffered heavily, they were not forced to abandon the city. Some of the survivors carried the disease with them when they left Kaffa, and the Musi attributes the further spread of the plague to the return of these people to their homes. And so, this is the siege of Kaffa. And so we have the start of the well-known Black Death pandemic in the Western world. So, the witness that reported to the Musi are highly credible, but their view is no longer accepted. Why? Because we know that plague entered the Western Europe through multiple routes. The description of everything is consistent with our modern understanding of Yersinia pestis, but the Musi is the only one to mention the plague outbreak, even if the siege of Kaffa is mentioned in several other medieval accounts. And moreover, none of our accounts comes from Mongol sources. So, even if the evidence occurred at this time, we do not accept that the Mongols intended to spread the disease. Still, is considered the first modern use of biological warfare. There is also another thing that let us think that it was not so probable. The catapulted bodies that were recently dead, it is unlikely that they would have been infested with fleas, because the rat fleas, the Xenopsila chaopis, once the body is dead, they flee from the dead. They need living hosts. So even if you bomb with dead corpses, so it is quite difficult to spread the disease. Okay, probably those who manipulated the corpses, I don't know, but it is not very probable. So the most probable source of the Black Death is a multiple outbreak due to the trade route through the Silk Road and the Mediterranean Black Sea maritime trade routes. So passing from Crimea Peninsula, the Black Sea, and the Constantinople, and then the Mediterranean. As we can see, okay, a little bit unfolded, but we can see that the Silk Road comes from here and cross the Black Sea, and then take the sea route or the ground route, and so it's easy to spread. So the Black Death, also known as the pestilence, the great mortality, the subsequent plague, was a bubonic plague pandemic during Western Eurasia and Northern Africa from 1346 to 1353. And it is considered the most fatal pandemic recorded in human history, causing the deaths of estimated between 75 up to 200 million people, peaking in Europe from 1347 to 1351. Here you can see better the trade route from the Astrakhan, from the Caucasus to even the Middle East, because trade routes spread the disease. So, this is what is considered the first personal protective equipment. So, as the Black Death spread and started killing a lot of people, some tried to manage the situation, to take care of the real people, to dispose the corpse and whatever. So, in the Western culture, some typical still some typical Venetian carnival mask, the figure of the flag doctor. And these men were used to wear long vests, thick heavy gloves, a long rod, and this mask made of leather, fabric or clay, provided with a long nose stuffed with fabric, herbs, aromatic essence, alcohol, and other, to somehow prevent disease filtering the air. Well, we know that the black flag was not an airborne, it's not an airborne disease, but at least it was helpful to ease the stench of the composite bodies. Here you can see something like more modern. We take a lot from the painting art about that period, because the black flag lasted for centuries in Europe. It is called a totem dance, the dance of the dead. So, the consequences of what is considered the largest epidemic of the Old World are immense. So, every field was affected by the epidemic, from art to music, literature. You can see the introductory part of the Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio that describes quite accurately the epidemiology of the beginning of the plague in Florence. Obviously, many things have been revised in the medical field, although the knowledge of the microscopic world was not yet available. So the concept of quarantine, as well as that of lazzaretto, that was the hospital for contagious patients, isolated from the rest of the city, were born in these years in the city of Venice. That became a pioneer of the early prophylaxis procedures. Okay, we can see the triumph of death of Peter Kruger the Elder. We start with, and this is the Black Death that with this with poison arrows that struck the door of the Siena city. This is another piece of art. So, paradoxically, the rat extermination procedures not only were not implemented, but in many Northern European cities, the cats have been exterminated, assuming they were instruments of witchcraft. You know, people is strange. Desmond Morris describes the persecution of cats that lasted throughout the Middle Ages of the Renaissance and only ended with the Enlightenment age, so the 18th century. The persecution against Jews, due to the completely wrong belief that Jews carried the plague, spread all over Europe, and religious fanaticism led also to brutal massacres in Strasbourg in 1349, in Mainz and Cologne in 1349 and 1351. Also, the Mongols, during the siege of Kaffa, never thought that their biological warfare attack would ever spread that huge way. This could be seen as a reminder for all those governments that promise the dreams of biological warfare. A biological organism, once spread, acts in an unpredictable way. That's why, luckily, it is the less probable form of unconventional war. I hope so. Okay, but well, you know, modern leaders are not so intelligent as 30 years ago, 20 years ago, and so well, okay. To use a biological warfare agent in a wide warfare program effectively could lead unpredictable results. But living in some idiocracies, someone still, well, get back to these research programs that are. Okay, as the biological warfare agent, we have, this is really interesting that we have read. So the Venetians suggest they could use a plug outbreak to break the Turkish siege of Heraklion during the war between 1649 up to 1651. And on February 5th, we have documents about this in Venice. The head of Holy Inquisition received a top secret letter from Zara, now Zadar in Croatia, proposing a plan to end the siege of Candia, Crete, by infecting the Ottoman forces with a poisonous liquid that he described as the quintessence of plague. We have documents. Yeah. The plan was likely to be undetected and successful because plague outbreaks occurred frequently on the island. So, since the Black Death pandemic began, we can document 20 outbreaks from 1348 through 1645. So the human agent was identified in the letters as Michelangelo Salamon, that was a famous Venetian distiller and healer who had to act disguised as an Albanian trader. Black operation, you know, this is the beginning of Venetians was master in the early black ops. Okay, luckily the attempt failed, and Dr. Salomon was first imprisoned and then released after 1 year. But we have no further evidence of him, nor of the fate of this quintessence of black jazz. But this is the siege of Heraklion. This is an extract of the original document. This may be done either by lading several vessels with the cloth, which vessels are to be abandoned by their crews when the enemy comes in sight, or else by means of peddlers which shall open the cloth about the country, so that the enemy, hoping to make booty, may gain the plug and find them. The affair must be managed with all satisfaction, and the operator must be induced to his work by hopes of gain and by promises, for it will be a dangerous undertaking. And when the operation is over, he must go through a rigorous quarantine. While handling the quintessence, it will be of use to the operator to stuff his nose and mouth with sponges soaked in vinegar, and while poisoning the cloth, he may fasten the brush to an iron rod, and when finished, he must put the brush and rod into the fire. Black operations. So, we have the last outbreak in Europe, the plague of Marseille, and this is another nice lesson. History teaches nothing, you can see. So we have arriving in Marseille, in France, in 1720. The disease killed a total of 100,000 people, 50,000 in the city during the next 2 years, and another 50,000 in the north, in the surrounding provinces and towns. How it happened? So in 1720, the merchant ship Grand Saint-Antoine arrived in Marseille, and the vessel departed from Sidon in Lebanon. A Turkish passenger was the first to be infected and soon died, followed by several crew members and the ship sank. The ship was refused the entry to the port of Livorno, saying, "No thanks, go away." When it arrived at Marseille, it was promptly placed under quarantine by the port authorities. Okay? But due to largely to monopoly of French trade with the Levant and emerging markets, the powerful city merchants wanted the silk and the cotton cargo of the ship and pressured the authorities to lift the quarantine. And the authorities say, okay. And a few days later, the disease broke out in the city. The hospitals were quickly overwhelmed, the residents panicked, driving the sick from their homes and out of the city, mass graves. Eventually, the number of dead overcame city public health efforts until dozens of corpses lay scattered and in piles around the city. Just because few merchants wanted silk and the cotton because they have trades to do. We know that, okay, the history told us, but we still do the same mistakes. Still. Okay, let's have a break with these two nice guys. We will start talking about modern biological hospital. I told you it was a boring lesson. Adesso l'originale è stato girato perché il palpita è col io non vuol dire. Ma lo sai che dicono io come manager confino a fare lezione. La federazione nazionale di lavoratori di acustica come io devo vedere come questo nostro carico copy direct, ragazzi. Però appena comunicare in filo, non so, non chiede che se ne va.
Oh, to the bar. Want to do it? Today.
Oggi dice, no, guarda, 7 gradi. Guarda. Ti prendo.
Sì. Dopo forzare insomma, quando si basilarizzava. No, ma sono arrivato a poco come non era conosco. Però c'è non si può dare limitazione, non è quello che dipende pure diciamo perché c'hai l'esame di sono andato la sì, sì, no, vabbè, ma in quel caso no, ma sai quando se ci viene adesso and it's still 11.
La seconda che poi ho mandato via, non è bene solo
Andiamo?
Are you ready for the part? I promise in the afternoon the left will be more interesting. Okay, let's talk about late modern biological warfare between the 1750 to the 1900s. Well, for almost all the scholars, the biological warfare started with the discoveries of these two guys, Louis Pasteur and Robert Koch. Okay, we know that the Dutch physicist Anthony Phillips van Leeuwenhoek that discovered the existence of microorganisms in 1670, but it was not until the end of the 19th century that the pioneering research of these two guys proved that microorganisms could cause disease in humans and animals. So the first identified human pathogen was Bacillus anthracis, the organism that caused anthrax, which Koch demonstrated could cause disease in a series of experiments that he described in an 1876 article. Then we have this handsome hipster. It's Alexander Miljan Yersin that discovered the Yersinia pestis that was formerly identified as Pastorella pestis. He discovered the bacteria in 1894, and this is the etiological agent of plasma. This map shows where it is still present
Today?
today. So United States, from the Rocky Mountains to all the western part, some region of South America, some region of Africa, and all the Central Asia. So, about the history, we have a Black Death that kept infesting the Near East, North African countries, the Far East countries, up to the 19th century. Less violent, but however deadly episodes like Algiers in 1620, Constantinople, Baghdad, China, Australia, and USA. Biological warfare in the Northern American continent. So the first well-documented case of biological warfare action was by the British against the Native Americans in 1763. A confederation of Native American tribes launched what is now called the Pontiac's Rebellion or the Pontiac Wars. Pontiac is about the river Pontiac. So the Indians, dissatisfied with the results of the French and Indian War, which ceded control of Canada to the British and thus led the British domination of the Great Lakes region, launched a series of attacks on the forts and settlements along the western frontier of the northern tiers of Britain's American colonies. So, from around June 22 through August 20, the Delaware tribes loosely besieged Fort Pitt, that was a British fortification near the modern Pittsburgh. And in June 24, a group of Delaware parleyed with the fort's leader and tried to convince the British to abandon the fort At the end of the parade, the British gave the departing Indians chief food and goods. And inside of these goods, there were blankets and a handkerchief taken from the fourth smallpox hospital, provided with the hope that in case a smallpox outbreak, and they succeeded. So we have documents. The Major General Sir Geoffrey Armstrong wrote to the Crown about this is the Pontiac War, and it is attributed to the commander of British forces in North America. We have letters survived showing that he also advocated the spreading smallpox among the Australian Indians. So, smallpox was circulating already among some tribes during the French and Indian War, but it would be surprising to discover that there were large numbers of people susceptible to the disease by the time of the Fort Pitt incident. It is proven that some British soldiers deliberately tried to spread the smallpox, and the idea of doing, ethnic cleaning was discussed at the highest level of the command in British North America, and senior officers condoned the action. Anyway, not all were convinced of the strategy because many British troops and colonials were not immune. So there was no routine vaccination against the smallpox. So even some senior British officers were vulnerable and still less than enthusiastic about spreading the disease. Yeah, they did. There were deliberate introduction also by the Portuguese settler into the indigenous population of Brazil. Up to now, Claude Lévi-Strauss, the famous anthropologist, heard these reports and considered them credible. And these accounts dated to the practice as far back 16th century, and it continued into the 19th century. But there is no reason to believe allegation that the Spanish did the same. Other episode are this. So we have a plague outbreak in Tunis, and there was a considerable tension between the local Muslim and the European Christians. So the European isolated themselves from the rest of the city, and in reaction, some Muslims buried plague victims near the European club and tossed the soaked in the bus from plague bottles into the European sector. We have a better documented incident during the American Civil War, in which a Confederate physician tried to spread yellow fever in the northern city and among the Union troops. Although he successfully obtained clothing contaminated by yellow fever victims and distributed some of it in Washington, D.C., the action produced no results. And in one occasion, the North repatriated some southern prisoners of war who were sick with smallpox, which led some southerners to claim that northerners deliberately sought to spread the disease, but there are no evidences of intentional. You can see in this picture the smallpox virus and a typical sick person with the smallpox symptoms. This is a bad episode about smallpox in Australia because some historians argue that the first smallpox outbreak in Australia, so just over 1 year after the establishment of the first British colony, may have been deliberated to kill the indigenous tribes. So, in April 1789, the British authorities discovered that a smallpox outbreak had erupted in the Aboriginal population, that this outbreak devastated the Aborigines. Some people credited it with allowing the colony to survive in the face of growing Aborigine hostility. And Governor Arthur Phillips said that about half of the Aboriginal people living around Sydney Cove died during the outbreak. We can see Seth Carlos from the National Defense University in the United States wrote in 2015 that ultimately we have a strong circumstantial case supporting the theory that someone deliberately introduced the smallpox in the Aboriginal population. So, conclusion of the second part is that such intention to spread biological warfare agent in the modern era were rarely acted upon. But it is also evident that such action usually has little effect. And the most catastrophic use of biological agents would have targeted indigenous population, such as the alleged deliberate introduction of smallpox in Australia. So, biological warfare as a means of ethnic cleansing or genocide of some population or ethnical or religious purposes. Then we have the origin of the modern biological warfare. So the beginning, the first half of the 20th century. We can assist to the birth of the first biological warfare programs by state actors that were mostly small and unsophisticated. We have evidence of the Germans that organized the first documented state program at the beginning of World War I in 1940. And the Germans were also the first to employ biological weapons and the first to embark on a biological warfare campaign, attempting to use in multiple countries over the course of several years. So the meaning was quite simple, because they began producing several animal pathogens. So we're talking about agro warfare, like Bacillus anthracis and Burkholderia pseudomallei, that are also human pathogens, but the intention in the German First World War program was to kill war horses. Because the war horses, more than for cavalry, you know, World War I means the end of cavalry, because it's the war, the war, a war of trenches, a war of iron curtains, a war of machine guns. So very static, but still, war horses were very used how to move artillery. So killing horses will result in slowing the movement of logistic of cavalry artillery, and so the artillery will be less movable. So when the front moves on, the artillery stays behind and was unable to hit the conquered positions. So, as I told you, depending on the horses and mules of supplies, that is also the birth of what is now called agro-biowarfare or agroterrorism. But still is, well, a very less probable, but still probable menace. And so the Germans operated globally and are known to have attempted to spread the disease in Argentina, also in Finland, Russia, France, and the United States, and possible other countries as well. We have stocks of Germany's biological agents discovered in Romania, but it is not known if they were used there or elsewhere. And we also have evidence that the French also mounted a biological sabotage operation in 1916 with the same purpose of the Germans, so to kill horses and mules used to move supplies. Also, we know a lot about the German biological warfare operation in the United States in World War I. These activities occurred when the United States was still a neutral country. and they were part of a large sabotage effort. So the Germans started that the munitions that the US industry was manufacturing for the Allies, including attack on factories, storage facilities, and ships. And these attacks caused considerable loss of lives, were controlled by the staff of the German embassy in Washington, D.C. And we can prove this in evidence. So they established also a small laboratory in the basement of Silver Spring, Maryland, housed to grow the biological agents. And they organized a network of operatives in several port cities to disseminate the pathogens. We have Mark Willis that argues that the efforts were significant in several aspects. Why? Because it was the first organized state biological warfare program. Of course, the first organized biological program that we have everything. Okay? It was the first biological warfare program that relied on a scientific understanding of the disease that was based on microbiological discoveries of the previous decades. It was one of only 2 biological warfare campaigns mounted in wartime, and it was the only substantial biological warfare campaign undertaken by clandestine state agents. So, other countries, we have that France, Hungary, Italy, Japan, Poland, Soviet Union, all have bilateral programs, but of course they vary substantially their purposes in the scope. The French also mounted in 1916, so killer war forces as I told. The Japanese program was by far the largest, with more people and resources than all the others combined. Japanese invested a lot on biological warfare and conducting a series of experiments on cities, war prisoners, civilian, and convicting a long string of war crimes, and we will see later. We all know about war crimes of the natives, but the war crimes of the Japanese were even worse, and they never paid. Point. So, biological warfare was banned by the prohibition against the use of poisons in the 1907 Convention, but was the Geneva Protocol in 1925 that was the first explicit ban on the use of biological agents as weapons of war. They were unaware, of course, not as we do, about the potentiality of biological warfare. Even the German PW was discovered years after, a lot of years after. Yet they were aware of the extensive employment of chemical warfare during the World War I, and this led to the effort to prevent future use, because World War I is the beginning of the chemical warfare era. No one was talking about biological warfare. They were talking about chemicals. Was the First World War up to the Second World War is the period of chemicals. Chemistry was the future. Chemistry is a success. Chemistry has everything. Anyway, both military and civilian opposed the chemical warfare, one for practical reasons, the other for moral objections. Anyway, the intent was successful. Thanks also to the work done by the International Red Cross. Okay, back to the Geneva Protocol. This is quite important because the Geneva Protocol is the first international protocol about chemical weapons. But the force requested the inclusion also the bacteriological agents due to their concerns that the Soviet Union had initiated a biological warfare program. So, it is not a real success because it didn't prohibit the process of biological weapons and not their use for internal conflicts. Pay attention. It is applied only to conflicts between countries at the nuclear level. Many nations had the reservation to the signatory asserting the right to retaliate. So retaliation was allowed. Okay? So the protocol became just a not first use agreement. I will not use for first, but if you do, I will use for retaliation. Most countries signed it, however, France, Germany, Italy, the Soviet Union, but China ratified only in 1952, Japan only in 1970, and USA only in 71. Ragazzi, quella è la cosa, parlo tale, è gentile. No, no, è ok, però, cioè, uscite, dai, che mi sentono la cosa. So, between the two world wars, the Soviet Union opened its first laboratory for conducting biological weapons in 1925. We can see they did research on Bacillus anthracis, Clostridium botulinum. They developed quite a lot of quantities of Bacillus anthracis and Clostridium botulinum mostly, testing facilities, but the most important factories was in Rosenia and there was in the Aral Sea. That's because it was surrounded by water, and in case of an escape of agents, they will be far from the city. We will see that the most important biological warfare program of the Soviet Union started after the Second World War. But anyway, they already have one. Then we have Poland. We have okay, let's go quite quick this one. The Polish also developed a biological warfare program. Italy had a small biological warfare program in 1934. This is important because it was based in a military hospital in Rome. Which one? Mussolini reported, Mussolini reported in February 36 that Italy employed biological weapons against hostile forces during the invasion of Abyssinia. At least one of his senior commanders opposed the proposal, feeling that such attack would undermine support from Ethiopian sympathetic toward the Italians, and that any possible operational benefits would not outweigh the negative international repercussion. This is quite strange because we used the chemical warfare on civilians, but biological warfare was, well, okay. Anyway, the Germans never discovered the existence of the Italian program, and it seemed likely the program died in 1940 when its director and chief advocate was given a battlefield assignment. This is quite strange because, you know, Ethiopia was a member of the Society of Nations. And so we invited a sovereign nation recognized by the Society of Nations, and we used chemical warfare on civilians and on with no regret. But they say, no, okay, biological warfare is unfair. You know how perception of what is fair and what is unfair is different depending on time. Chemical were okay, but biological no, would be unfair. Really strange. Anyway, we are considered for a long time. We were considered for a long time war criminals about the Ethiopia for the use of chemical warfare. No one will teach you this at school. I don't know why. And we said we were okay. We repaid the Ethiopian government for this, but we just apologized for this in 1982, if I remember. Something like that. So this is strange. So we have another biological warfare program in Hungary, in France, of course, in Canada. In Canada, Canada is important because Canada was developing not only a biological agent to be spread, but also a biological come si dice, way to deploy it. So the British Mark I was a 4-pound bomblet filled with the agent causing brucellosis and or tularemia. So they started developing the means of conveying the pathogens, not only about the pathogens. Because you could have the pathogens, but you have to spread it. How? The United Kingdom, the United Kingdom have a great biological warfare program that started between the two World War. It began for defensive purposes, but serious investment were made in offensive weapons, and the program focused primarily on research designed to understand the character of aerosol transmission of pathogens. So the British, while the Canadians started about a small bomblet that dropped by an airplane or by a mortar or by Livens projector, we will see what we already did the chemical model. We will see that the Livens projector are a sort of electric powered mortar that are used to throw cancers containing gas, and they could be used also to spread vapor or aerosol of biological warfare agents. Yet they are used. They were born for chemical warfare purposes. You can see, probably you have seen some in recent Syria conflict with the strange so-called missiles that have a canister made with a tail with small wings. And they are canisters that are thrown, and they contain gas and or biological agents. So anyway, the British produced large quantity of cattle cakes impregnated with anthrax for bomber delivery. And the intended targets were the German cattle herds for the same purpose. This aimed, of course, for retaliatory attacks should the German resource to be biological. United States also, but they initiated a biological warfare program in 1942, after the attack on the Pearl Harbor attack. But the real works began in 1943, because by that time it was known that the Japanese were actively using biological agents in China. So, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt feared that the Germans or Japanese might employ biological weapons against the United States, considered a US development program as a deterrent. The research efforts were highly successful, and they demonstrated it was possible to transmit certain pathogens through the air in aerosol clouds. At least 18 different biological agents were studied, including some intended for use against crops or animals. Primary focus was, of course, Bacillus anthracis and Clostridium botulinum and botulinum toxin as antipersonnel agents. And the program made much less progress in the development of biological weapons and in the mass production for now, because we will see that later the biological warfare program of the United States was massive. Okay, we have some no safe use of biological warfare. So, some of them are documented, some others are not. We have in France, Henri Girard in 1910 used the Salmonella typhi for barbering and insurance fraud. Karl Opf in 1940 in Germany uses the Vibrio cholerae and Salmonella paratyphi for murder attempt. In USA, Arthur Warren Wade in 1960 used various pathogens for murder attempt. In India, Beloyenga Chandra Pandey et al. In 1935, Yersinia pestis for murder attempt. In Brazil, various landowners between 1918 up to 1935 used variola of smallpox for mass murdering on indigenous tribes. But for the Brazilian mass murdering, we only have the witnesses from the interviews made by Claude Lévi-Strauss, and of course, no document available. So this is for crime use, not state use. Between in the Second World War, the German had a good biological warfare program, but that they were progressing parallelly to the chemical warfare program. But the Nazis, strangely, didn't use none of them. In fact, after the fall of Berlin, the Allies found a big storage full of sarin gas canisters, never used during the war. This is quite strange. There is, I will explain during the chemical warfare lesson, because some scholars argue that Hitler was a victim of gases during the First World War, so he had a natural aversion for the use of about use of gases. So even when Berlin was about to fall, no one used these nerve agents, nor the biological agents. This is quite strange. Okay, quite strange for Nazis, but good luck for the Allies. So they carried out research on the effects of various vaccination and drugs on prisoners, especially infected with Rickettsia prowazekii, hepatitis A, Plasmodium species, but apparently they never considered biological warfare agents during the Second World War. So I already told you. Okay, we know anything about biological warfare stockpile if the Allies found some. They never told anything about this. Okay, this guy, in my opinion, is the worst criminal of war of all the 20th century. It's Colonel Shiro Ishii. The Japanese biological warfare program is the widest and the biggest and the most significant for many individuals. We have okay, first of all, the Japanese used biological warfare agents in China during the occupation of Manchukuo, and it is still considered the most extensive use of biological weapons, with an estimated number of killing of tens of thousands of Chinese, mostly civilians. In second instance, the Japanese program was one of the largest ever organized and exceeded in size only by the Cold War programs of the Soviet Union and the United States. The origins of this program is dated to the 1925 during the negotiation of the Geneva Protocol. At that time, Shiro Ishii, that was an imperial Japanese army physician, became convinced that the Japan needed to develop biological weapons because he strongly believed that biological warfare have been an effective form of warfare if the Western powers wanted to ban it. So you want to ban it, so it's effective. So I will use it. So we have, in 1932, the first biological weapon research facility at the Army Medical School in Tokyo. No, this is not in Tokyo, this is the one in Manchukuo. It was apparently intended for human experimentation. No, it's used for human experimentation. Was created in the Japanese occupied Manchuria. And the program was expanded in 1936 with the organization of the Unit 731. known as the Quantum Army Epidemic Prevention Division. It was not prevention at all. They developed biological warfare. They did a lot of crime against humanity. This is a picture of all the officers of the Unit 731. Was divided in 8 divisions. So Division 1, research of bubonic plague, cholera, anthrax, typhoid fever, tuberculosis, using live human subjects. For this purpose, a prison was constructed to contain around 300 to 400 people. Division 2, research for biological weapon used in the field, in particular the production of devices to spread germs and parasites. Division 3, production of shells containing biological agents in Harbin. Division 4, bacteria mass production and storage. Division 5, training of personnel. Division 6 to 8, equipment, medical and administrative units for a total employment of more than 10,000 members. Of course, the program was quite primitive. They developed methods for disseminating fleas infected with Yersinia pestis from aircraft as bombs that could be filled with agent slurries that would explode and generate infectious droplets. Although they experimented with an aircraft sprayer to spray biological aerosol, they abandoned the effort after a few tests, and they also appear to have dropped contaminated food from planes and used soldiers to pour pathogens slurry into water supplies. And it is the most notorious for its research activities, which included extensive human experimentation.
It's done the experimentation on those who were already infected or it's more to be infected?
Prisoners, civilians, yeah. This is the museum of Harbin, where they reconstructed all the labs and of Unit 71. This is a real original picture. The infamous Unit 71 is also well known for experiments on prisoners and civilians, including frostbite experiments, extreme dehydration experiments, experiments on chemical warfare and biological warfare agents, rape and forced pregnancy, hypothetically to study syphilis transmission from mother to child. And the strange thing is that we all know about the Nazis' crime, but no one teaches in our school what they did was much wider extent. These are our original pics. They are spraying a still alive prisoner, almost died but still alive prisoner. These are a map of the cells with something, I don't know what. So people were exposed to different biological agents, and they studied the course of the disease. In some cases, the victims were dissected while still alive. It is known that thousands of people died in those experiments, possibly as many as 10,000. The Japanese employed their BW capabilities against the Soviets, against the Chinese, in multiple locations. We have evidence of 7 major operations from 1935 to 1942, and a total estimate of 161 operations, including many small-scale attacks. One of the earliest on Chinese occurred in October 1940 in the city of Ningbo. The Japanese aircraft dropped packages of rice and wheat containing fleas infected with Yersinia pestis. The outbreak killed at least 106 lives that are documented. The same month, another attack in the town of Kuzhou. The outbreak emerged far more slowly, but lasted until 1941 with at least 3,000 victims. And more, and more, and more. So the Japanese, due to the primitive use of their biological warfare, and that's because the biological agent is unpredictable, infected also many of their own troops during the operation, causing 10,000 soldiers to become sick and killing 1,700 its own soldiers due to blowback effect. These are the officers of the U-71. Some accounts suggest that the Japanese common military leaders were unhappy with the number of their own soldiers who became infected during the operation. And so for this reason, they refused to authorize additional large-scale operation with biological agents. And they also tried to cause disease outbreaks in the Soviet Union because Manchukuo was on the border with the Soviet Union. They sent infected individuals across the border with the hope to infect others. And the Japanese released a balloon carrying flasks filled with biological agents, spreading the agent in the air around the point of dissemination. But it does not seem that these attempts have resulted. Shiroishi was also famous to develop the Fuji-50 bacterial bomb that you can find in this picture in section with detonator that will help to blow the bomb that has a porcelain case filled with biological agent. So the explosion should have not been so big because the temperature created by the detonation will kill the biological agents. So you need a small detonation that will just spread the droplet. And was one of the first to develop this kind of way of bombs. So at the end of the Second World War, this is quite an interesting thing. The Soviet Union had a war crimes trial for Japanese soldiers associated with the biological warfare program. They probably tortured them to let them talk and then hanged them. While the United States refused to assist in the effort because they knew it as a politically motivated propaganda. And so they never prosecuted anyone for their involvement in the Japan biological warfare program. And they offered amnesty in return of information. Shiroishi, the leader of the U-71, died as a free man in the United States a few years ago. And you can see the immunity, blah, 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 blah. Masaichi Kitano, that was the second in command, and was a well-known war criminal and alleged for crime against humanity, even published post-war research articles on human experiments, just replacing the word humans with the word monkeys on international journals. So, anyway, the Japanese knowledge of biological warfare proved to have little value for the USA. But anyway, these war criminals died as a free man with the age in the United States. Fine. So, if you plan to visit China, you should go to visit the city of Harbin, and you should consider to visit the museum of U-71 war crime. It's very, very interesting. It's a high-tech museum with the virtual reality and other nice stuff. And inside the buildings of the Unit 71 main base, reconstruct the activities of the infamous unit. Of course, not children or sensitive people. It is quite a strong experience. You can find further information at this link. Okay, now during the Cold War, we have several key trends that characterize the biological warfare scenario. First of all, we have massive investments in secret programs by the superpowers. So, mostly for sabotage operations, because, you know, the Cold War is the era of nuclear weapons. While the First World War was the era of chemical weapons, the Cold War was the era of nuclear weapons. So, the other programs were not abandoned, but they were in second, not in first side, okay? So while other countries also had biological warfare programs, and we will see especially about the United Kingdom, because there is an interesting experiment. Most appear to have been small, and none of them approached the capabilities of the dualism USA and Soviet Union. So biological arms control and disarmament became a serious topic of discussion when in the international community that resulted in the Biological Weapons Convention that prohibited the possession of biological weapons, but that is only in 1972. But the Chemical Weapons Convention is on 1993, so much later. Most remarkably, this is important that despite the growing lethality of biological weapons and the investment in BW by many countries, there was no significant result to biological warfare. The few cases of state use were limited to relatively simple and small-scale attacks. We still have youth and outbreaks confined primarily to terrorists, to criminals, and of course various accidents. We have Canada, China. We know almost anything about China program. We just know that they started in the 50s and was still active after the Chinese acceded to the Biological Weapons Convention in 1984, but we know nothing else. The Canada was related to the effort of the United States, but Canada abandoned the offensive program in 1958. Still, they continued to support US activities through the 60s. We have Egypt in the 1972, President Anwar Sadat said briefly, we have the instruments of biological warfare in the refrigerator, and we will not use them unless they, the Israelis, begin to use them. Nothing else is known. Egypt is a signatory to the Biological Warfare Convention, but has never ratified it, and it's not signatory of Chemical Weapons Convention. And so also has an obligation under international law to refrain from acts to defeat the object and purpose of the treaty, okay. The France started in 1947 up to the 1956, and they closed the biological warfare program. Iran, we have probably biological warfare program in Iran that started in response to Iraqi activities during the Iraq-Iran war, but we know almost nothing about it. Some open source report dual-use items not necessarily associated with biological warfare activities. In Iraq, we know a lot about the efforts to develop biological warfare capabilities, due primarily to the efforts of the United States nation inspectors after the Gulf War and the investigation after 2003. We have a small program started in 1974, then disbanded in 1979, dual-use capabilities, but you know, biological warfare is expensive and it's difficult to use. Better to rely on chemical warfare because it's easy to produce, it's more reliable, and more even less probable for a fallback situation. And so, anyway, in 1991 they had weaponized Bacillus anthracis, aflatoxin, and botulinum toxin, intending to fill 200 aircraft bombs and 25 Alzheimer missile warheads, but they are tested and not deployed in their biological ammunition. So after the defeat in 1991, Iraq destroyed most or all its biological weapon agents. So So, just curiosity, did you know, if there are some follow-up examination with the biological, there should be, but it depends on nation, there is not international. Great for NATO. There is not an international code, it's a national, because the grey, no, the grey code is not, no. There is, the external color of composition. Yeah, but it's related for convention. Yeah. Ah, okay. So we have orange for tracing, red for incendiary, blue for piercing, green for phosphorus. Green for. Yeah, anyway, I don't know why phosphorus is not banned by the Chemical Weapons Convention, because it's not included in the agreement. Anyway, this is interesting. Israel, the Israeli biological warfare program is still active and still flourishing, and they still have a facility near Tel Aviv where they produce and research with genetic engineering of biological warfare agents. And they are signatory of biological weapons convention and is considered a friendly country, but still they say, okay, we do research. And all the rest of the world say, okay, this is quite strange for me, okay, but anyway. It's few months before the establishment of the state, they started the biological warfare program. The subsequent outbreak of hostilities with neighboring Arab countries, they have employed biological agents with limited success during the 48 war against the British as a terrorist action and invading Arab armies. Following the end of hostilities, the Israelis created a biological warfare program within their new Ministry of Defense. Although Israel created a world-class biological research establishment, still clearly operative, it is not known what kinds of biological warfare capabilities result. So in North Korea, okay, we have a substantial literature about the North Korea biological warfare program, but clear evidence are rare. Of course, they will not say anything else. Most open source information comes from South Korean sources of uncertain reliability. This makes it difficult to assess the size, the sophistication, or intended role of North Korea program, or even if the program still is active, we don't know. Many strategists believe that North Korea tends to rely for an hypothetical biological warfare action on covert operations rather than missile warrants. See what happened in Singapore with the recent chemical warfare assassination. Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, the White Rhodesian regime had a biological warfare program in the 70s. They tried to put on the organism responsible for cholera and anthrax. They had no specialized dissemination capabilities and allegedly poured out a liquid slurry of the biological agents when they mounted an attack. They apparently experimented with cigarettes laced with Bacillus anthracis. The Rhodesians were assisted by the South Africans, but we have really few evidences. And it probably used biological agents against civilians, but we just have human witnesses, no documents to this. South Africa developed a chemical and biological weapon programs in the 80s, benefiting from the former Rhodesia experience, because Rhodesia white regime fallen and then became Zambia, Zimbabwe. So the South African also created small stocks of biological agents for use against regime opponents, like Bacillus anthracis, botulinum toxin, Bucella melitensis, Salmonella typhimurium, and Vibrio cholerae. All this work was in open violation of South African obligation because South Africa was one of the BWC signatories, but no sanctions were applied. Nearly a fifth of the laboratory activities were focused on anti-fertility drugs intended for use against the country's black population. We know that, we have evidence. The project never produced any concrete result, but they tried anyway. Oh, well, Soviet Union and Russia. The Soviet Union are one of the biggest, better than the United States, biological warfare program, divided into many subsectors, but we don't have a lot of evidences. What we have suggests that it made relatively little progress from the end of World War II until the early 70s. And the program was reorganized and rejuvenated in the 70s. So the Soviet Union joined the BWC after playing a leading role in negotiating the treaty. So they said, no, we don't do it anymore, but they do. And so they carried a secret program on biological warfare. So that's why we is largely still unknown. We know about anti-agricultural activities, so agro-terrorism and agro-warfare activities, but we don't know how they and what they developed. The clandestine operation capabilities of the Soviet intelligence services. We know that they developed a program to attack both crops and animals, including organisms that infect wheat, rice plants, and numerous other viruses that affect agricultural cultures and animals. Also, the KGB considered pathogens as weapons of assassination. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, revealed that Stalin was planning to assassinate Marshal Tito, Joseph Broz, the leader of Yugoslavia, former Yugoslavia, with Yersinia pestis, but luckily for Tito, Stalin died before the plot was finalized. And the new president, Khrushchev, abandoned the plan that, I repeat, was recovered in the early 70s because okay, anyway, they continued the biological warfare research, but the program was not very significant because we have to thank Trofim Lysenko. Trofim Lysenko was the biologist, one of the best, the closest friends of Joseph Stalin, and it was quite an idiot. Okay. Was quite an idiot because he refused the evolution theory to embrace the Lamarck theory, and so all the not Lamarckian scientists were sent to Gulag in Siberia, and so the research were suffered because all the scientists supported by Trofim Lysenko were Lamarckian. And so all the research about biological warfare and the evolution of biological agents was suffered about this stuff, and so the research was flooded. So we have to thank these idiots, not for sending people to learn, but for slowing the biological warfare program of the Soviet Union. So then we have a new biopreparat, a new research and development organization after Stalin's death, that also accepted Western biology and repudiating the Lysenko's views. And so in the 70s and 80s, the Soviet program made enormous strides. And so when the Soviet Union collapsed, the scientific underpinnings of biological warfare program went far beyond anything accomplished by others, in spite of the signatory of the biological weapon convention. The biopreparat establishment employed more than 50,000 people, and for what we know, they produced a stockpile huge quantities of bacillus anthracis and smallpox virus, and engineered multi-drug resistant bacteria, including the Yersinia pestis. They also studied viral hemorrhagic fever. Virologist Nikolai Ustinov died after an injection of Marburg virus. His colleague, with the method logic and enthusiasm of the bioweapon developers, isolated the virus, finding that it had mutated into a more violent form than the original one who killed us. So news about accidents in research and production were discovered only around 2002 due to the highly classified document. This is one of the biggest incidents of one of the biopreparat facilities. That was called the Sverdlovsk accident in the 1971. The first one was in 1971 in the Kazakh city of Aralsk with a smallpox outbreak. Another one was in 1979, the biggest one in Sverdlovsk, now called Ekaterinburg, and involved a leak of Bacillus anthracis from a biopreparat factory. So probably a clogged air filter was removed but not replaced between two shifts, and it resulted in anthrax outbreaks that killed at least 66 people. This is the plume of the Bacillus anthracis spreading. The covert operation disguised the incident, claiming the deaths were due to infected meat from animals died by anthrax and sold in the black market, but it was not true. Just in the middle 90s, President Boris Yeltsin admitted the biological warfare accident in Ahmed. Oh, this is something interesting because some authors still wonders why the Western intelligence is not recognizing the Soviet biological warfare program with the biopreparat facilities. And they claim our intelligence should have been used the same trick that Soviet used to check if US researchers were busy in the nuclear program. You see, you can see between 65 and 68, these are two authors, Krylov and Sandakshiev, okay? And these are the number of publications they made. From 69 to 72, so they were similar up to 76. So we can see that up to 1977, Sandakshiev did much less publication than his colleague Krylov, to publish nothing between 81 to 84 and publish only few between 88 and 85, while his colleague was publishing a lot. So the question is why the researcher is not publishing? Because it is involved in secret operations. It's clear, no? That's how the Soviets discovered the US scientists involved in the nuclear program. So our current scholars wonder why the Western intelligence did not the same with the Soviets. Well, okay. They monitored whether American physicists were publishing their results. Of course, they were not. So the conclusion was they were busy in a secret program at the Manhattan Project. The same thing could have been used to reveal the Soviet bioweapon program, but they didn't. So it is impossible to assess the effectiveness of the biological warfare program of Russia. The 1992, blah, 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 blah. In 2000, this is very important, in 2012, Vladimir Putin called for the development of the weapon system based on new principles, we don't know, including genetics, and the Russian Minister of Defense reportedly initiated planning to implement this agenda. Acquisition and use of genetic weapons is illegal under international law. As far as is known, the Soviet Union never employed its biological weapons during the Cold War, but we don't know now what's happening. And still Russia is not, Russia has not, come si dice? Riesco. Retreated from the biological weapon convention. So it's still a signature party, but still Vladimir Putin is talking about development of these, well, genetic weapons. I mean. Then we have, okay, Syria, but Syria was also storing biological agents, but we have first reference in the 1990s. But the most important is the United Kingdom biological warfare program. Of course, also UK did its best effort on to become a nuclear power, but once it became a nuclear power, they're still trying to invest in biological warfare program. So, especially, they tried also open air released to test biological munition conducted in the Caribbean and off the coast of England, especially about Bacillus anthracis, Brucella subis, Brucella abortus, and Francisella tularensis. But the most important case of biological warfare from the United Kingdom is the Greenland Island experiment. This is very important because it is an experiment that unluckily lasted almost 50 years. So in 1942, they did a biological warfare test in the Greenland Island by the biological department that was in Porton Down, still is present in Porton Down in London. The British government was investigating the feasibility of bioweapons attack using anthrax. So, what they did, they sprayed anthrax spores in Greenland Island to see what happened. Of course, Greenland Island was populated by I don't remember 40 or 60 people that were moved away, and they used a strain of anthrax by a higher virulent type called volume 14.578, named after Ernald Volume, that was a professor of bacteriology that supplied it. And 80 sheep were taken to the island, and so bombs filled with anthrax spore were detonated close to where the selected groups were gathered. Sorry, this is a mistake. The ship became infected with anthrax and began to die within days. But we can see in 1986, so 44 years later, the island was still contaminated by Bacillus anthrax, and not suitable for living. So they recorded some of the experiments that were declassified. These are pictures from the original movie. Declassified in 1997. One sequence showed the detonation of the anthrax bombs. After the bombs exploded, brownish aerosol cloud gives away. So anthrax infected ship carcasses being burned in the incinerators at the end of the experiment. But in 1986, the island was still stuffed with anthrax spores. So a huge decontamination process started for land remediation. They used a mixture of 280 tons of formaldehyde diluted in seawater, sprayed all over the 485 acres, so almost 200 hectares of the island, and the most contaminated soil around the site of explosion was removed. So in the 1990s, 4 years later, the island was considered safe after a flock of sheep was set free on the island, and months after they were still safe. The quarantine of the Greenland Island lasted 48 years. That's why biological warfare, that's one of the reasons why biological warfare is not the best choice for state actors. They know how long it will last. they know how unpredictable it will act. That's why between the NBC, CBR, and E, the B is the less probable, yeah, the less probable mean of unconventional warfare, but by state actors. But they could be used by non-state actors. So this is very interesting. This is the USA Biological Warfare Program. This is Google Maps. If you go Google Earth, you can see the picture, now declassified, of the famous 8-ball. Now it's missing. And the 8-ball is nothing but a huge fermentator and a cell, contained cell for experiment, for biological warfare experiments. So the historical base of the United States Biological Warfare Program is Fort Detrick in Maryland, also for chemical warfare research, that now is the headquarters of USAMRIID, so Medical Research Institute for Infectious Disease. Fort Detrick was the center of the US biological weapons program from 43 to 69. And much of the testing was involving aerosoling of infectious agents conducted inside this spill sphere, lovingly referred as the 8-ball. It's a 1 million liters sealed environment that could act as a fermenter or a test chamber. So the USA program is also very, very wide because it was running together with the Soviets. The more you know, very less you know about the Soviets, the more you research. There was not a real intention to start a biological warfare action, but it was, retaliation action. You produce, I produce. You use, I will use it in response. And so there was a rush. So anyway, they developed a bomber delivery system that allowed a single B-52 bomber to affect 10,000 square miles. They developed spray tank systems for use on fighter or bombers that affected 25,000 to 50,000 square miles. And they used these sprayers, but not for biological weapons, but they used it for chemical weapons, where in the Vietnam War. Of course, they didn't use real chemical warfare agent because it was not included in the convention, but they used it for herbicide, the famous Agent Orange. They used both the B-52 bomber filled with Agent Orange, then to the spray tank systems on helicopters for developing as a defoliant as in the Vietnam forest. Anyway, so including a focus on supposedly non-lethal agents that could be used in lethal wars. In the late 50s, the program invested far more on so-called incapacitating agents than acknowledged lethal agents. More, they did a considerable effort to develop anti-crop ammunition. Also, the Americans thought that to win a war, you don't need to kill an army. You just need to destroy the crops and reduce and take the adversary for starvation, because they have no food to feed the army and the people. So, despite claims that the United States employed biological weapons during the Korean War, the reality is that it had no capability to use biological agents in a militarily significant way at that time. So, the program was terminated unilaterally in 1969 by President Richard Nixon, but the work on toxins was not stopped until later, who concluded that biological weapons added little to the US security, even as they complicated arms control negotiation with the Soviet Union. So we have nuclear weapons. We don't need. We have the United States. We have nuclear. We have tons of nuclear weapons. So we don't need biological weapons. And well, I find it reasonable. So anyway, we have the Operation White Coat. That was a biodefense medical research program in Fort Detrick. You can see some original unclassified pictures. The program pursued medical research using volunteer enlisted personnel who were eventually nicknamed White Coat. These volunteers, all conscientious objectors, including many members of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, were informed of the purpose and goal of each project before providing consent to participate. The stated purpose of the research was to defend troops and civilians against biological weapons. What they did, they used human tests. The White Coat operation contributed to vaccines approved by the US Food and Drug Administration for yellow fever and hepatitis, investigation of drugs for good fever, Venezuelan equine encephalitis, Rift Valley fevers, tularemia, but also states that the Operation White Coat helped develop biological safety equipment. And anyway, they did human test experiments. Food and safety cabinet, decontamination procedures, fermenters, incubators, centrifuge, particle sizers, but they did experiments on humans anyway. So, no, let's come back. Then we finally arrived to the Biological Weapon Convention in 1972. You can read it. It's a two-page convention with few steps that means almost nothing. Say you commit to not produce or use biological weapons. Yes, I do. Very simple. Entered into force in 1978. And now, okay, now it's not BWC, but it's BTWC, it's Biological and Toxic Weapon Convention. Although the treaty does not define what constitutes a biological weapon, first clause of the convention, subsequent deliberation made clear that the agreement proscribes the possession of any weapon that incorporates any pathogenic microorganism or poison of biological origin, including those developed using science that did not exist at the time the treaty was negotiated. This is very important and very intelligent because they thought about genetic engineering, about the future. Well, you know that the structure of DNA is about the 50s. So this is just 20 years later. And so they just imagine, okay, but now we know this, but we include what is still not discovered or invented. The Soviet Union never intended to respect the treaty. They signed it, but they didn't. They never respected it. Its effort to develop biological weapons accelerated after the BWC entered into force. So, of course, there are lacks of verification procedures. If you will see the Chemical Weapons Convention, it is a manual of 150 pages that included inspection, verifications, protocols, procedures, a list of chemicals, a list of precursors of chemicals. This is just 2 pages with 12 or 13 articles and nothing else. So you sign, you say you agree, then you do what you want, because no one can ever inspect your facilities, no one can do verification. So anyway, despite the treaty's flaws, it plays a central role in the delegitimization of biological warfare. It is currently not accepted, where in the 70s, yet in the 70s, it was unaccepted by citizens. So new conferences were held every 5 years since the treaty entered into force and provided an opportunity for the international community to reaffirm the importance. So do not have verification procedures. they don't have an independent organism to apply them, like the OPCW for the Chemical Warfare Convention. So, there's strange things. The toxin should be part of the Biological Weapon Convention, yet only the toxins are included in Schedule 1 of the Chemical Weapon Convention. So, the ricin and the saxitoxin. This is quite strange. So the Chemical Weapon Convention is monitoring toxins that should be of another convention. But however, you can see 10 articles. Undertaking never under any circumstances to develop, produce, stockpile, acquire, or retain biological weapons. Undertaking to destroy biological weapons or develop them to peaceful purposes. So it's very simple. This is the second review conference in 1986. Anyway, this is the Biological Weapon Convention in the world. All the green countries have signed and ratified. There are 3 states that have only signed: Somalia, Egypt, and Syria. No signatory are South Sudan, Eritrea, Chad, Israel. It's not secret. Something. So we have a few state news. Israel releases South Africa that made limited and small scale use of biological agents. So, not very dissimilar by German biological warfare operation. They do it, Israel employed biological agents contaminated water supplies in 1948. Some Israeli operatives attempting to spread infectious agents were captured by the Egyptian army in Gaza in 1948. The Israelis also tried to attack Syrian forces. There is evidence they targeted Palestinian settlements, apparently to prevent refugees from returning to their former homes. There also were allegations that a British military unit was attacked just during the constitution of the State of Israel. These were crude attacks, less sophisticated than the ones launched by the Germans against Syria. So sabotage effort, not really biological warfare, but more sabotage efforts. Anyway, they used the biological agents. So also the Rhodesian government in the struggle against the African nationalities in the 70s made extensive use of chemicals, including contaminated clothing with deadly pesticide, and some reports allege they also made a failed attempt to disseminate the pathogen responsible for cholera and experimented with other agents as well. South African, they admitted for few small biological attacks. They also claimed distributed the sugar contaminated with salmonella typhimurium at the meeting of the ANC, but it's doubtful these attacks were effective. Okay, the Brazilian government, I told you about, we have only the witnesses reported by Claude Strauss about Brazil and the indigenous population. There are numerous additional allegations of employing during the Cold War era, but most are untrue and are just anti-propaganda. So the Soviet Union and its allies were responsible for spreading many of them, including false claims that the United States spread biological agents during the Korean War. That the HIV originated in the United States biological warfare laboratories, and that the United States mounted numerous biological attacks on Cuba. They are not true. But anyway, this is quite strange. United States conducted biological warfare experiments on cells. After the war, they started an open-air test and exposing test animals, human volunteers, and also unsuspecting civilians to both pathogenic and non-pathogenic agents. There was a release of bacteria from naval vessels off the coast of Virginia and San Francisco that infected many people. Bacterial aerosol were released at more than 200 sites, including bus station, airport. Another test was in the 1966, the contamination of the New York metro system with the Bacillus globigi, that is a non-infectious agent, just to see how a biological agent would spread into a metro system. Anyway, some people that was allergic had problem with this Bacillus globigi that is not pathogens. So the US conducted various biological warfare experiments on its own population. Why? To test the effectiveness, to see how it spread the clouds, to see, yeah, you know. Okay, the aim was not to infect its citizens, of course, but the study was spread of disease, prevent or protect against a possible attack. So there should be a possible attack. So I do myself to see how
It's work.
the ethical incorrect behavior is obvious. Okay. So the US military started also, I told you, bacteria, SARS, blah, blah, blah. Okay. No state use. During the Cold War, there was a limited terrorist interest in the biological warfare. Okay, we almost done. We need almost 45, 1 hour, not more. Do you want a break now and then stop it about break? Break. Okay, break 10 minutes.
That's fine. Yeah. era ricambiato subito. A parte che visto che c'è tipo 5, cioè a una sorte che impianto è buono. E allora, non ti presa tutti le note di questi stare avvicinando.
Qui gli argomenti sono stati invertiti, ma non è finito, giusto? Gli argomenti sono stati no, poi dopo più TTX, tutta roba così, oggi è invertito, ho fatto la storia la mattina. Sì. Quindi è visto, non mi voglio bene. No. Non dico che poi c'ho qua biolegge, biolegge, poi 4 ore di qua. Il production di oggi non vuol dire tutto e non vuol dire niente. Ok. Back to the topic. So, non-state use. Okay, we will see because in the afternoon we have also case studies section, and we will see one by one the different. This is just a resume. Okay, we have a significant act of bioterrorism in the United States. In 1984, it's still considered the largest bioterrorist attack in the modern history. It's a third group, the Rajin nations, and we will see about it in detail. They came into conflict with the local community where this local cult group was. The leaders of the cult, not all the leaders, but some of the leaders, we will see also this, decided to take over the country government by suppressing the voter turnout, and so to make voters too sick to cast their ballots on election day, they poisoned the citizen to make to avoid them to go to vote. And so, if only my group gets to vote, we will be elected because you are all too sick to go to vote. Okay, and they did it, contaminating the salad bars in the restaurants in the town of the Dalles in Oregon with a common foodborne pathogen, Salmonella typhimurium. It caused 751 people to become ill, including several dozen who had to be hospitalized. The plot was uncovered when internal conflicts led the cult leader to accuse former members of conducting the biological attack. Another not so famous because they became famous for some other bad stuff. But anyway, they researched biological agents for terrorist purposes. For crime purposes was the Yaoshin Rikyo, another cult group from Japan. that created both chemical and biological weapons program. They had a lot of money. They developed facilities to study and develop chemical weapons and biological weapons, especially botulinum toxin and Bacillus anthracis. We have no evidence that the Gulf ever acquired strains of Clostridium botulinum capable of producing the toxin or the virulent Bacillus anthracis. But recent evidence suggests that the group deliberately obtained a vaccine strain of Bacillus anthracis, believing that it could be employed to new development technique to insert the toxin-producing plasmids that are missing from the vaccine strains. Anyway, the Schirrichio produced quantities of this supposedly lethal strain, tried to disseminate it, but no effect. In addition to letting a deadly strain of the pathogen, the dissemination device was totally ineffective, luckily. You know, Schirrichio is the sector famous for the sarin attack at the Tokyo Metro in 1995. They did it, but they did it with sarin, not with bioagents. Anyway, they researched also bioagents. Also, the sector leader, Shoko Sahara, sent some of its cultists to Congo. I don't remember if Congo or Central African Republic or Gabon, to unbury people dead from Ebola and take sample tissue of to obtain samples of Ebola. Of course, he failed, but he tried. Okay. So, what is the future of biological warfare? Some people argue that keeping and continuing advancing in biological sciences, also the globalization of biological skill and technology, also the cheap cost to access some technology or even the accessibility will inevitably result in more and more deadly use of biological weapons. So, it is true and proven that capabilities that once were limited only to the Soviet Union or to the United States now are accessible almost to everyone, even to no-state actors. So, even the lone actors, we will see in the case study with the Ameritrax, the so-called Ameritrax episode, that a single man can have access and develop to Bacillus anthracis and do a lot of damage for terrorist purposes. So, however, we have seen that biological warfare in the last century has been really, really rare. So far as is known, the only significant use resulting in substantial loss of life was those of Japan against the Chinese. The Chinese that were completely unarmed and unaware of the use of biological weapons. Moreover, we know that the use of biological weapons is generally considered morally or politically repugnant, even for some extremist fringes, and so, in my opinion, it's a strong light of hope. Well, if the general behavior will change in the next future, that means that some ethical constraints are disappearing. So we need really, I really think that we need to work together to prevent this change. So we need to keep an ethic above everything. Yeah. I am speaking now not as a severe advisor, I'm speaking as a Red Cross volunteer, humanity above all. And nothing else. Humanity above all. So, this is a Croatian proverb, all mushrooms are ready for summer only once. And for now, we are over and it's ci siamo, dai. And so thanks for your attention. Usually at what time you get back? 2. You want to do an earlier lunchtime and then get back a quarter earlier?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, agree. No, okay, here is a short video, but you will find almost everything in the folder I prepared for you. No, okay, stop like this. Okay, this is just the main sources of my slides. Questo lo lasciamo così, ok.
Di contro ci sono stati molti film.
Sì.
Cioè,
Allora, uno dei più belli
Si crea e il mondo della grazie.
però pure quelli che fanno solo spettacolarizzare del film, però con tanto perché vai in avanti e poi vai indietro, devi fare capisci come devi cercare. Quindi e poi parli ti fa capire come la fa. Oddio, c'è una cosa, anche videogame, si chiama Plug, dove tu giochi a distruggere per difettare, per uccidere la gente. Però puoi anche giocare al contrario, perché il patogeno non ci fai la parte dove fai il patogeno. Perché poi se tu vinci, poi che tu puoi anche pagare per arrivare. Però se giochi la totalità, devi vincere con quel patogeno in modalità brutale e ti dà cioè il patogeno e fa sempre vinci col virus in modalità brutale ti danno il fungo, vinci col fungo in modalità brutale ti danno il prione, vinci col prione in modalità brutale ti danno l'arma biologica, fino ad arrivare al virus delle scimmie, al virus degli zombie, al virus dei vampiri, che poi andiamo sfruttando, però è carino, è molto carino perché poi segue degli algoritmi gli algoritmi di propagazione e li ha sviluppati si chiama infatti proprio che serve proprio l'introduzione però ovviamente poi dei caratteri che gli fai evolvere tu è grazie perché ti giochi poi dopo è meno che
Faremo
allora,
il pomeriggio.
sì, la facciamo alla fine poi per
Ok, no, perché tra le 2 e le 3 una volta e non posso perderla lo scopo.
Ok.
Volevo capire se...
Allora ti faccio perdere un'altra parte un po' pallosa. Perché la parte dei cristalli è carina,
No,
la parte dell'esercitazione è carina, quindi tu mi togli la 3 e mezza.
2 e mezza, 3 un quarto massimo. Un po' troppo, non posso...
Quindi metto, perché devo fare la parte dei vettori, sta roba qua. Vedi.
Quella recupero magari per leggere.
Sì, te la leggi sulla presentazione. Ma figurati.
Nicola, siamo Gabriele e Sabrina, siamo non visto il pranzo che ci ha fatto vedere. No, non ti andare a scavare, andare a fare la attività. Non è più qua.
Ah, wow. Please. Nice.
Lei aveva abbastanza. Eccola che
Allora,
c'era benissimo di
forse. Forse sì.
Ma io di medicità, sempre andare, non posso no, cioè, io una ragazza che non c'è, diciamo per lei belle, penso anche io dirlo, però è un attimo dico questo è un colore però comunque non hai cambiato la paura importante lui così buonamente Abbiamo fatto. Io ho fatto di lui, no? Non mi ricordo. Ovviamente non mi ricordo. No, serve, unidirezionale, quindi, che penso quando mi pare. Sì, perché quanto lo sa che ma lei è tipo canale ma ah, no, una bella esperienza di buone fame. Da una parte però estremamente negativo. Io ho la luce di adesso e poi io sono non è che sto però non so quanto queste cose poi essere non più la facciamo avanti proprio appena dopo quindi questo e fai alcune discussioni però sempre
Infatti, in un momento, adesso mi livello sempre questo. Sempre questo. Creano situazioni sfogate. Creano sempre situazioni sfogate. No.
In aula.
Sì. Ok. Allora, tra le due, io potrei dare 10 minuti prima, quindi ricominciamo 10 minuti
Noi
prima.
dobbiamo chiamare in linea Marco perché queste cose si disperdono. No, dico, magari non si vede.
Vabbè, aspetta,
Grazie. So. Afternoon.